Good morning. Hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you. Everyone distant learning, make sure you throw your name in the chat so I know you're here. Don't throw your name in the chat and then leave, as I know some of you do, because I do know. Make sure you throw your name now so I can know you're still here, and mark it down as present. We're going to start off class, obviously, with the word of prayer, and then working on our booklets for lesson 15. I usually try to give you guys a little extra time on Monday to get a lot of that done, so we're going to spend like 10, maybe 15 minutes doing that, and then we'll introduce the lesson for this week. Again, throw your name back in the chat so I can know you're here since I started class. We'll pray, and then we'll start that lesson for about 10, 15 minutes. Let's pray. Any prayer requests, actually, before I pray? Yes, ma'am. Unspoken. How's the grandparents doing, Emma? Still just okay, alive. So that's better than most. Okay, any other prayer requests? Okay, help this last week before our break week. You guys can all cheer in that. Next week, I believe, is our midwinter break, right? So that should be fun. Pray for you guys' little activity, I'm hearing, for that to be good as well. Nice to join us, Esther. Good to see you. All right, we'll pray, and then I'll give you guys time to work on that student work in Lesson 15. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for everything you do for us, Lord. Thank you for this weekend, all the rest we got to have, maybe the fun with friends, church yesterday, Lord. Thank you for all the blessings within that. Thank you for everyone that is here, for the health you've given us, for the ability to have school in person with whatever inconveniences we might have, Lord. Thank you for allowing us to have that. Please bless all those at home as well, whether they're not feeling well today or whether they're just staying home to be safe for precaution. Please help them to stay diligent in their work. Please help all the students this week, Lord, as it's our last week before our midwinter break, for them to again finish strong, to start this grading period off strong. Please bless with whatever quizzes or tests they may have, whatever assignments. Also, please help as we lift up some special prayer requests, Lord. Please help Emma's grandparents, Lord, for them to continue to get better. It sounds like they're still just kind of doing the same, Lord, so thank you for not making anything worse in that situation, for watching that. Please continue to bless them. Also, please help Kylie's unspoken, Lord. Just be there for her, whatever situation it may be, whether she needs wisdom or protection or strength. Just be there and show yourself to her. Please help any other students that might have a unspoken, Lord, or something going on this week. Please just guide them in the steps you want them to take in that situation. Please bless this lesson as we're going to just introduce it today and then this week, and bless all the other classes for these kids. Please help them in the student work. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, again, we're working on that student work for about 10 minutes, so I'll see you at 8:50, and then we'll introduce the lesson for the last 20 minutes of class. Good to see Ellie, Christian, Tori, and Jake. Good to see you all. Okay, so if you want to turn your Bibles to John chapter 6, most of you probably were already there or are already there. Okay, at least close, since you're doing the booklet. Okay, but John chapter 6. Okay, obviously we talked about what last week in John chapter 5. Okay, who was the conversation between? Okay, the Jews. Okay, why were they having this conversation? Does anyone remember? What was the miracle we had just talked about? Yep, he healed the lame man on what day? Okay, the Sabbath. Okay, we see that during the Passover time. Okay, all the information we learned with that. Okay, but then we see these Jews talk to him, and now we see in chapter 6. Okay, someone read me the first 3 words in chapter 6. After these things. Well, we've seen that before. Okay, what does it mean? And we've talked about it. What does it mean when John writes after these things? Okay, around a year later. Okay, so we're transitioning again, and now we're in the 3rd year of Christ's ministry. Okay, his ministry here on earth. Okay, we're in the 3rd year. John chapter 6 tells us that. Okay, it says after these things. So a year later. Okay, we're starting in verse 1, and we're going to read a few verses, and then again, just give an introduction for today. Okay, after these things, Jesus went over the Sea of Galilee, which is the Sea of Tiberias. And a great multitude followed him because they saw his miracles, which he did on them that were diseased. And Jesus went up into a mountain, and there he sat with his disciples. And the Passover, a feast of Jews, was nigh. Okay, so that's another reason why we know it's around a year later, because now we're in another Passover. Okay, Passover only happens, obviously, that once a year. Okay, last time in chapter 5, he was also around that time of Passover. Remember us talking about that? Okay, after these things, around a year later, now we're around this Passover date again. Okay, the feast of the Passover. Verse 5. When Jesus then lifted up his eyes and saw great company come unto him, and he saith unto Philip, Whence shall we buy bread, that these may eat? Okay, he has this large multitude of people. Okay, he's like, hey, okay, are we going to go buy food for these guys? Like, we need to provide for them. Okay, if they're following us, okay, and want to know and hear my words, we need to feed them and keep them here. Okay, so continue reading verse 6. In this he said to prove him, for he himself knew what he would do. Okay, Jesus asked this question. It was like a rhetorical question. Okay, remember, Jesus is who? Okay, he is Jesus. Okay, but he's the Son of God. Okay, he's all-knowing, just like God. Okay, he's all-knowing. He already knows the miracle he's going to perform. Okay, but he's testing the disciples. Okay, he's asked this question, when shall we buy bread that these may eat? Okay, most of us already know this miracle, and we're going to talk about it. Okay, but what miracle is about to happen? The feeding of the 5,000. How does the miracle happen? We're going to talk about it and dive into it more. Okay, but from who? Who brings food? The little boy. Okay, he brings his fish and his loaves of bread. Okay, but he asked the disciples before all this has happened, before they're feeding the multitude, before this little boy comes, which Jesus knows he's going to come, he asked them, when shall we buy bread that these may eat? Are we going to buy food? How are we going to have food? He's basically asking, guys, how are we going to provide for all these people? Okay, he's asking, getting the disciples thinking. He's like, you're right. There's no way we're going to provide for all these people, right? Okay, if you think logically, say all of us, I don't know, we have like a party or thing out there, right? And usually at parties, there's food, whether it's pizza, whatever. Okay, that's a good party food, tacos. Okay, and our party was supposed to be, let's say, us right here in this room. How many's in here? We got like 13 counting me. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 counting me. Okay, we got 11 people. We're like, all right, so let's order like 3 or 4 boxes of pizza, or let's order like, I don't know, how many tacos do you guys usually eat? 2 tacos? Let's just say 30 tacos. Be safe. Few of us guys might eat more than 2 tacos. I could probably down 6 or 7 of them, but we'll just say like 4 or 5 tacos each. Okay, let's say 30, 35 tacos, right? We're going to have like our little senior party. Okay, we go out there in the field, and instead of there being just us 11, or let's say the few distant learners come as well, there's 300 people. Now, guys, we only bought 30 tacos. Shh, wait. We only bought 30 tacos. Guys, how are we going to feed all these people? Are we going to, like, split the tacos into thirds? Like, wait for it. You guys all know where I'm going. Okay, we have these 30 tacos. How are we going to provide? So That's what Jesus is asking the disciples. Hey, guys, I know we have some food for like us, like we planned for us, right? Just like if we planned a party for us, we only bought the food for us. So he's asking his disciples this question, even though he already knows what's going to happen. Hey, are we going to buy bread? Are we going to buy food? How are we going to get this? Okay, that these people may eat. So continue reading in verse 7. Okay, and Philip answered him, 200 pennyworth of bread is not sufficient for them, that every one of them may take a little. So Philip says, so he's thinking reasonably, like a normal person, okay, like any of us would think. He's like, well, Jesus, we only have 200 pennyworth. Even if we used all of our money to buy food and gave them just a little bit, we still wouldn't have nearly enough. We wouldn't have enough. Just like if we had 30 tacos and 300 people, that ain't going to work. Okay, like I said, all of us are minimal eating 2. Some of us guys are eating like 5, okay, or whatever's left over. Okay, it wouldn't work. Okay, so we see this time of need. I know it's a simple like thought, and we've heard this miracle as a child, okay, but there's some deep truth in this passage. Okay, he says it's not sufficient that every one of them may take a little. One of his disciples, Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, saith unto him, there is a lad here, which hath 5 barley loaves and 2 small fishes. But what are they among so many? Okay, so we see this miracle come into play. We already know, most of us know the outcome, and we're going to talk about it if you don't. Okay, but we see this miracle, it's coming into play, and these disciples have some answers, right? Again, Jesus being all-knowing, knows what's going to happen, knows how it's going to work. Okay, Philip says, hey, Jesus, this is all the money we have. If we bought as much as we could, it's not going to feed them, even if we give them a crumb or a little piece. Okay, then we see Andrew saying, well, I mean, there's this lad, he's got some food, maybe that could help, but really, like, that's not really going to help at all. He has 2 fishes and 5 barley loaves. Okay, it's not going to really work. Okay, we see that. Okay, and that's bringing us to the introduction of our miracle here in verse 10. Okay, it says this, and Jesus said, make the men sit down. Now there was such grass in the place, so the men sat down, in the number about 5,000. Okay, again, I'm sure you've heard this before as well. Okay, there's 5,000 men. That does not mean that's everyone, okay? Now the Bible, we don't specifically know, was that just 500 men? Okay, let's say half of them have wives. Okay, that's another 2,500. Okay, let's say they all have 1 child each, the men and the women. Okay, they could have had more. Okay, so there could be anywhere around 10,000 people. Okay, but we know there's at least how many? 5,000. Okay, so that's why it says feeding the 5,000. We know there's at least 5. Okay, we can go into it more. There could be around 10,000 people, but we're not going to say 5,000 because that's what the Bible says. We know that there's 5,000. We don't have to debate about it. We know it. Okay, it says it right there. Okay, so we see about 5,000 men. They're sitting in this field of grass. Okay, and Jesus took the loaves from the boy, and when he had given thanks, he distributed to the disciples, and the disciples to them that were sat down, and likewise of the fishes as much as they would. And when they were filled, okay, the Bible says that's key. And we'll talk about it as we move forward. I'll say that a lot. Okay, and when they were filled. Okay, again, I don't know about you. Maybe like Michelle, okay, a couple bites might be enough for her. Okay, but me and Ian and Ricardo, we need some grub. Okay, we got to eat. We're growing. Okay, we need food. Okay, so some crumbs isn't going to work. Are you with me, Emma? Some crumbs ain't going to work. You're going to need some more food, right? Okay, so this passage says, and when they were what? When they tasted? No, it says, and when they were filled. And when they were filled, he said unto his disciples, gather up the fragments that remain, that nothing be lost. Therefore they gathered them together and filled 12 baskets with the fragments of the 5 barley loaves, which remained over and above unto them that had eaten. Then those men, when they had seen the miracle that Jesus did, said, this is of a truth, that prophet that should come into the world. We see our introduction of our miracle. And I know we've heard it before, most of us, and I know it can be a simple thought, because like, oh yeah, feeding 5,000, we already know it. Okay, but there's some great truth in this. Okay, as we see these men that have followed Jesus, okay, at this point, they've seen miracles, yes? They've seen all the miracles we've talked about, these men following him, the disciples. Okay, not only have they specifically seen them, other people have seen them and heard about them, right? That's why they're following him. We saw in the beginning of the passage, hey, they're following Jesus because they saw, okay, because they saw the miracles. That's why they're following him, this multitude. Okay, yet we see, hey, how are we going to feed these men? You would think, okay, logically, if I've seen Jesus and I believe he's the Son of God, which we've seen them say that, do all these miracles. He heals the sick. He's healed this lame man. He's healed the boy. Okay, he's done all these different things. All right, a problem's come to us, he'll fix it, right? We see Mary when they needed wine. Hey, Jesus, I know you'll do something, right? She just had faith, and she hadn't even seen anything happen yet. Okay, but we see the disciples think logically, which is normal, right? We're all human. Okay, they say, hey, we have this money. That's not going to buy enough. Well, we have this lad with this food, but Jesus, it's really like that's going to feed 3 people. Okay, it's only 2 fish and 5 barley loaves. Okay, it's not going to feed a lot. Okay, but we see Jesus perform these miracles regardless. Okay, again, if John presented his information chronologically, these verses, events of chapter 6 happen how long later? I already said it. A year later. Again, know that. Okay, the term after these things. Okay, but in these events during the gap between John 5 and John chapter 6. Okay, once more, notice that the chapter begins with the words after these things. Okay, meaning, like I just said, 1 year. Okay, and we know that again because in verse 4, it said what? And the blank. And the Passover. Okay, the Passover only happens once a year. Okay, so we see this time of Passover again. Okay, what happened in the life of Christ during that year? Okay, when John closes chapter 5, Jesus is in Jerusalem during the feast of the Passover of AD 28. Okay, when the chapter 6 begins, he is no longer in Jerusalem, but where? Where does our scene of chapter 6 tell us where Jesus is? What does he by? A sea. Sea of Galilee, also known as Sea of Tiberias. Okay, we see him at the Sea of Galilee. Well, if you guys remember your maps at all, I'll pull it up for you. Okay, they're not super close. Remember, it's not like they have a car or a plane. Okay, Jerusalem's not even up there. Jerusalem's where, if you remember, okay, all the way down south. Okay, and he's all the way now up in Lake Tiberias or Lake of Galilee in this area. Okay, it's a far journey. Okay, so a year later during this Passover feast, how did he get from Jerusalem to Galilee during that year of silence? And what happened in his life during that time? Okay, we don't exactly know, but we do know some. Okay, we're not going to talk about specifically in our class. Okay, but what other books do we have that tell us the things of Jesus Christ's life? Matthew, Mark, and Luke. The Gospels, yes, Michelle. Okay, we have the Gospels. Again, the book of John, we've talked about it all year. What is its point? What is it trying to get across? Okay, the deity of Christ, who he is. Okay, and we see some specific miracles that John wants to tell us, okay, that he was inspired to tell us because, hey, they have a significant importance. Not that the others don't. Okay, but Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, okay, again, we're not going to talk about a lot in our class. We might mention a little bit in this introduction as we only have 5 minutes left. Okay, but they do give us or fill in the gaps of these different years as John skips. But we're going to see John really focusing on this 3rd year of Christ's ministry on earth. Okay, because there's a lot more chapters in the book of John, yes? Has anyone looked? Has anyone actually read some of the book of John? There's a lot more chapters. Okay, those remaining chapters are all going to be pertaining in, obviously, the last 6 months of Christ's life here on earth. Okay, but in his ministry of his 3rd year. Okay, but we're just starting his 3rd year, and it happens here at the sea. Okay, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John tells us that Christ did a number of things during his 2nd year. Okay, we have, obviously, in this map, this is the areas he would have spent his 2nd year after traveling from Jerusalem. Okay, he traveled to Galilee, evidently without incident because nothing is said about his return trip. Okay, nothing really happened from his trip to Jerusalem to this area of Galilee. Okay, after arriving in Galilee, he healed a man with a withered hand on the Sabbath, and once again caused a controversy. Okay, so we see, I believe in the book of Matthew, okay, we see him not only did he heal a lame man on the Sabbath, he also heals a man with a withered hand on the Sabbath. And again, there was controversy between who? The Jews, because they're like, hey, why are you doing this on the Sabbath? Again, it doesn't really matter to us this lesson, but this is kind of what happened in between. Okay, he chose his 12 apostles and sent them on a preaching tour of Galilee. He then preached his own sermon on the Mount, which we know as the Sermon on the Mount. Okay, pretty self-explanatory. Wow, so deep. Okay, he returned to Capernaum and healed the centurion's servant. Has anyone heard that miracle? Okay, he healed the centurion. What is a centurion? Okay, leader of, specifically, Roman army. Okay, this is someone that has strength, someone that has recognition, power. Okay, in the miracle, again, we're not going to dive into it deeply, but in the other Gospels, it tells us that this centurion humbled himself and said, hey, heal my servant. Okay, usually someone of that power, certainly in the Roman government, they would say, it's a servant, whatever, forget about him. Okay, but this man, okay, he not only believed, okay, or he had love for his servant, but he believed that Jesus, because he's heard of these miracles, he said, hey, I don't know exactly who you are, and he learns after this, but I know you can heal my servant. Please heal my servant. And he does that. Okay, we see those miracles happen. Okay, we also see he raised the son of a widow of Nain. Okay, back in Capernaum, he ate with a Pharisee named Simon, and a sinful woman anointed his feet. Okay, he then went on a second tour of Galilee. During that tour, Christ's mother and brothers came looking for him to take him home, whereupon he denounced them openly. Some days later, he crossed the Sea of Galilee, and then when a storm arose, which we've all heard that time, okay, when they're in the Sea of Galilee, the storm happens. Okay, what miracle happens during this storm? Okay, Jesus calms the sea, but also Peter walks on water. Okay, that's another miracle that we don't hear in John, okay, but did happen during this time. Okay, that's when the rest of the disciples really said, hey, you truly are the Son of God. Okay, he spoke and calmed the sea. Arriving on the other side of the sea, he entered the country of, if I say this wrong, I'm sorry. It's like Gergesenes or something like that. I don't know exactly how it's said. Please forgive me. Okay, this is on, I believe, one of our maps. Maybe not. Nope, it's not. Okay, so it's going to be in between Nain and Tiberias, kind of that area you see where the red and blue lines are looping. Okay, that's kind of where this Gergesenes, or however it's said, is. Okay, it might be on a map in your book, but it's not on my slides. So I apologize for that. But that's where it's going to be. He healed a demonic man of Gadara. Okay, has anyone heard that story before? The madman of Gadara. Okay, he was possessed by demons. Okay, and Jesus smote them out, or kicked them out. Okay, he went back to Nazareth after this, where the people once more rejected him. Okay, remember going to this land of Galilee. Remember when we talked about when he came from Samaria, where they really wanted him. He didn't have to even do a miracle. To Galilee, the people of Galilee heard of miracles, but they still rejected him. Okay, they didn't love him. They didn't accept him right away. Okay, he then embarked on a third tour of Galilee, sending the apostles ahead of him upon their return from their preaching tour. The apostles brought news of the beheading of John the Baptist. Okay, another thing mentioned and not mentioned in the book of John that had happened in between this time. Okay, John the Baptist, the beloved cousin, okay, of Jesus. Okay, obviously the messenger that we've talked about in the beginning of the book of John. Okay, obviously the messenger of Christ saying, hey, this is truly the Lamb of God. Remember us talking about that? Okay, John the Baptist is now dead. He was beheaded, okay, by King Herod. Then Jesus, upon hearing that news and realizing that both he and the disciples needed rest from the tour, took them aside for a well-deserved rest. At this point, we read, okay, so all that is the in between John chapter 5 and John chapter 6. Okay, last thing for today, as we only have a few more seconds. Okay, at this point, we read, after these things, Jesus went over the Sea of Galilee, which is the Sea of Tiberias, which is verse 1 in chapter 6. Okay, later in verse 4, we learn that the Passover feast of the Jews was nigh. Okay, again, telling us it was a year later, as I've already said before. This indicates to us that the event that was about to be described happened in Nisan. Okay, not Nissan the car, okay, but the place, in AD 31. Just 1 year before Christ's death on the cross. Okay, this is all of our intro. Again, John, the majority of the book of John is all about this last year of Christ's ministry, certainly the last 6 months. Okay, but we see this great miracle that's going to happen. We're going to talk about it as we go into it. Okay, but for homework, before we leave, we do have memory verses. Okay, John chapter 6. John chapter 6. Just making sure. I believe it's verse 5 and 6. Yes. Okay, verse 5 and 6. Okay, 5's a little bit longer. Okay, 6 is the verse saying, and this he said to prove him, for he himself knew what he would do. Okay, Philip asked him a question. Jesus answered, whence shall we buy bread that these may eat? Okay, those are our verses. There will be blanks for it. Okay, write them 4 times each. That's your homework. Should be pretty easy like normal. Okay, and then you guys are dismissed. What's up? Need help? 40? Yes, sir. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Again, homework is John chapter 6, verse 5 and 6. Write it 4 times each. We will see you in about 10 minutes for economics. only doing notes for maybe 15, 20 minutes. Like I said, we're not doing too many. It's a short chapter. Try to spread it out as much as we can. What is in your mouth? Just throw it away. It's weird. All right, here we go. Okay. Laws of economics. Okay, like I told you, kind of how it works. Okay. Okay, the laws of economics are the general rules or principles guiding the production, distribution, and consumption of goods. Wow, pretty common sense. Okay, what is economics? Okay, if that's the study of the production, distribution, and consumption, then the laws of economics are, again, these rules or principles of the consumption, production, and distribution of goods. Okay, but we're going to see some specific principles of economics. Some specific principles. Okay, these ones were done a little bit weird. I'll probably change them next year. Okay, but I just kept them how they were. Okay, we have lots of letters under this one, but the selected principles of economics. The selected principles of economics. Okay, are these. Okay, each one has about 2 if they're shorter. But first one we have first, the satisfaction of human wants always requires effort, okay, or work. Everything must be worked for, right? We know that. Okay, a lot of things that we want today, okay, or how our systems say we have a goal. Okay, our goal is to buy something or to save up for something. Okay, we have to work for it. Okay, it takes effort. Okay, secondly, second principle. Okay, because people have more wants than can satisfy, they must choose which of many wants to satisfy. Okay, that is also true, right? We all have lots of wants, whether it's books or toys. Obviously not little kid toys, but everyone wants toys. Whether we get older, they become more expensive. Okay, whether it's toys, items, okay, clothes, shoes, whatever. Okay, a new phone, as Mrs. Coral has an older phone, so I'm looking to buy her a new one. Okay, and put her on my phone plan as she's still on her parents'. Okay, we all want to upgrade. Okay, just like she had an old laptop, so I bought her a new one, beginning of school year. Okay, but we all have wants, but which one are more important? Yeah, I didn't buy myself a new one. I could have, but I said, Miss Coral, I love you so much. I'll get you the new one. You know. So it makes me a little jealous sometimes. Hers has a bunch of features, mine doesn't. I'm like, I should have gave you my old one, and I should have kept the new one for myself. But I didn't. The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't. Okay, just like my phone's newer than hers, so she'll get the new one first. Just like when I'm like, man, I want a new car, but her car's older, she'll probably get the new car first. Yeah. It's okay though, you know. Again, we can't satisfy all of our wants. So you have to choose which ones. Okay, so again, these are what? All these different things, they are, okay, principles. Know that they're principles of economics. Everyone good with these two? Okay, when certain goods are very scarce or useful, okay, our third principle, they become more valuable in relation to other goods. Okay, so when we have 2 goods, okay, what is a good? We talked about it. Okay, tangible things. Yes, Esther and Michelle, you were right. Okay, the tangible. Okay, so these goods, when we have 2 goods, okay, but one is just way more useful, okay, or needed, okay, or valuable, so maybe there's supply and demand, maybe there's less of it, okay, but it's very needed, okay, stuff like oil, okay, like gasoline from certain areas, okay, different items, okay, so when something is more rare but super useful, okay, they become more valuable. That's why things cost more money. Okay, like certain years, gold, silver, and bronze. Okay, they were worth less. But nowadays, if you look it up, if you guys know anything about markets or anything, okay, gold, silver, and bronze are actually worth a lot right now. Okay, if you have them or if you could buy them, okay, for a good price, it would be a good investment. I have a friend that's doing that. He's like a big investor. He does a lot of different stuff for work. Okay, but he's a big investor. He invests in stuff, and he has bought a lot of gold and silver. Okay, and it's going to be worth a lot. a lot more than what it was maybe 5 years ago. Okay, because that's kind of how markets go up and down. Yes, ma'am. Go back? Yes, ma'am. Sorry. If I move too fast, I'm sorry. Just yell at me. Just not mean. As I said, just not me. Just not me. Mr. Cole. Good to see. We got Ellie. Ellie put, for her first time, she had a typo. She put Eki. That's what she put, E-K-I, Eki. We have Jake, Tori. Christians, make sure you both throw your name in the chat so I know you're here. Okay, so I can mark you as presents. As you guys, well, Christian, Cormel, you've been pretty good. Christian Halsey, we need to do a little bit better. Everyone good with this one? Good? All right, back to this one. Okay, so first we have, obviously, when something's more rare, more valuable. Again, lots of this stuff is common sense. That's a principle. Okay, lastly, or not lastly. Fourthly, okay, every society is limited by natural capacity to produce goods. Okay, different areas can produce different things. Okay, they all have a maximum. Okay, different areas do produce different things. Okay, just like California is known for maybe, what are some things California is known for? Okay, guys, I was looking for good things. Okay, natural resources. Okay, there you go. That's one of them. I would say maybe oranges. You guys have oranges. Okay, I'm not saying you're not the only place. Florida obviously is really known for their oranges as well. Okay, but you have oranges, strawberries. Southern California has strawberries, if you guys didn't know that. Okay, strawberries. Okay, vineyards. You guys have vineyards, which obviously are other places as well, but there are vineyards here. Maybe we should have a project over this. What are our economical, natural things here in California? Okay, just like other states might have different things, like Michigan. Okay, they do a lot of rotations of wheat, corn, potatoes, beets. Okay, obviously more stuff, but those are like the majority of the main crops they grow. Okay, lots of orchards. You guys have some of that, but nothing like Michigan. Okay, we have lots of orchards. Okay, obviously, again, we see different limited resources in different areas. Certainly on also, what's the word I'm looking for? Amounts of people. Population, okay, in different areas also makes the sources more limited. Everyone good with these ones? Good, good, good. All right, move forward. Okay, to produce goods, it is necessary to combine these four factors of production. Okay, so this production of goods, to produce these goods, okay, we need these four steps or factors. First, natural resources. Okay, what do we get naturally, like we've talked about? Okay, what? Oh, no, I was just stating. Okay, but thank you for answering. Okay, we also need labor. What's labor? We all know what labor is. You need workers. Okay, you need workers to make this production process work. Okay, you need capital and entrepreneur. I struggle saying this. Entrepreneur. Okay, but entrepreneurship. Okay, so you need, obviously, so capital meaning like the funding of stuff, and then entrepreneurship, what would that be? Okay, the business person, the salesman, okay, the seller, okay, obviously on that end also the buyer. Okay, but those different things, you need all those four factors for this production system to work. Everyone good with these? Are we good? Cool. Okay, moving forward, we also have prosperous individuals and societies try to work to produce goods, which is also known as work, okay, as efficiently as possible. Okay, this would be under that labor category. Okay, people working in a system, whether factory. Okay, obviously factories today, you get sometimes less manual workers because a lot of the factories now have machines. Whether you agree with that or not, for some things it is true. Okay, but we see that efficient work, whether it's a worker or someone working a machine. Okay, we're kind of going through these process steps that we just talked about. Everyone good on this one? Okay. We also they have to acquire capital or tools of production. Okay, this is that between, you okay? Okay. You have that between state of labor and entrepreneurship. Okay, that capital. Okay, this is also where individuals and societies must save. Okay, this is where you stock up on your amount of money. Okay, what you're worth, so you can invest. Okay, postponing consumption of other goods. Really focusing on one thing and going with it. Okay, you have the division of labor. And specialization usually results in increased production, right? So when you have, like we've seen with cars, okay, what's the most famous thing of cars that made the production really fast in the olden days? Assembly line. Okay, different companies have different systems or assembly lines. Okay, this division of labor and specialization, okay, people in their specific categories, maybe their expertise area, okay, results in an increase of production. Okay, helps your production rate. Okay, if someone's failing in their position, what happens? Okay, fired, and I'm going to say as a business owner or someone that my job is to make the efficiency better, okay, I'm going to find someone that fits and makes it more efficient. Okay, that increases the production. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Again, what are all of these under? Okay, these are all principles of this economy, okay, or of the rules of economy. Is there H in your guys' notes? Give me a second. Let me see. Let me see where I'm at. I told you we all have faults. I'm no exception. Let me see if I can get that for you guys. Maybe I just skipped it. Let's see. H. Is it this one in your guys' notes? An increase in capital efficiency. I'm just going to read it to you. Sorry, I guess I must have skipped that one. Okay, it's an increase in capital efficiency results in increased production. I thought that's the one I had. Maybe I skipped a different one. Production. I think I kind of already covered it, but I did forget the note. I'm sorry. Everyone good on that one? You guys listening? For H, I just said it out loud. Maybe if you guys weren't talking and listening. Okay, it's an increase in capital efficiency that results in increased production. Thank you, Christian. Throwing your name in there. All right, get those back up on the screen. You good with this one, Esther? All right, moving forward then. Letter I. Okay, the division of labor and specialization usually results in increased production. Okay, kind of goes along with the last one. Okay, so not only increasing the labor, okay, but the division of labor, putting the specific people in their specific spot. Okay, with this, okay, last one for these, again, last for these principles. Okay, when economies that practice this effective division of labor require some form of money to make the exchange of goods easier. Okay, this is the ending, that entrepreneurship. Okay, you need a means of money for the buying and selling of goods. Okay, which is going to bring us to our next term. We might be doing one or two more slides and then be done for today. Okay, but with this exchanging of money, sometimes, okay, has anyone heard of the show Shark Tank? Okay, they bring an item, okay, sometimes one of the buyers or entrepreneurs, okay, obviously the rich people, okay, they buy the item or invest in the item, okay, and they put it out there. Okay, so this idea, okay, this is more of an idea of when government backs it up, but that same idea would be this. Everyone good with this one? Letter J. Okay, mercantilism. Mercantilism. Okay, this is the idea that a government backed by great national wealth could maintain large, well-equipped armies and fleets. Okay, making it a major power in the affairs of nations. A nation's wealth lay in its stockpiles of precious metals. Okay, the idea of something backing it up of money. Okay, again, lower scale, Shark Tank. Okay, but this is the idea just like our government. Okay, for us to have the military, obviously the people. Okay, the people get paid. Okay, they don't all do it for the pay, but they get paid. Okay, you need the buying of items. Okay, this is all the idea, okay, of a government or people that are backed up by wealth. Okay, so from metals, okay, or things of value. Okay, how would we balance all this out? Okay, if each division or each area required, or all these different areas require money, okay, to run. Okay, how would we balance this out? Okay, between countries and different things, as different countries have different items or resources. And we're good with this one? Good? Okay, trade, you're going to say it. You're going to say trade. Okay, trade balance, basically same thing. Okay, you do have trade, okay, but you need a balance of it, okay, of our imports and exports. What are we giving? What are we taking? Okay, obviously countries will debate on this, trying to make the fairest thing for their country or their people, but we have trade balance. This is the difference in value of the goods that a country sells abroad that compare to those it purchases from other countries. Okay, the idea of importing and exporting, okay, trade balance. Okay, to make sure we're not giving away more than we're getting. Okay, obviously we've seen that before. Okay, but we're supposed to have a trade balance. Okay, we're talking about a lot of these things, okay, obviously they deal with large areas, okay, but the cool thing about this, if you guys really catch it, a lot of these things deal with the small areas of our life. Okay, we can apply them to small areas. Hey, okay, so say you have an income right now. Okay, am I spending more than I'm getting? Okay, having a balance of your income, and we'll probably talk about those or that in future chapters. Okay, but things that you guys can maybe look at as we're going through this. This is probably our last note for today. Okay, different things that apply to balance it out. To balance out this trade, okay, we have these two things. One is an idea or establishment, and one are just another word for taxes. Okay, first we have tariffs. Tariffs, which are taxes that governments apply only to imported goods. Okay, this allows, okay, so say a company is selling things to other countries, okay, to import, okay, to bring in or send out. Okay, there are taxes so that you make money off of it. Okay, something, an idea or establishment that goes with these taxes is known as imperialism, okay, which is the establishment of colonies and extensive territories created to benefit their mother countries. Okay, so even like America, okay, kind of like how there are countries that aren't really ours, okay, but we do have them for benefit trading posts, for maybe there's a military base on an island like Guam. Okay, the use of trading, importing, and exporting. Okay, that idea, or those establishments, are under the idea of imperialism. Okay, we'll end there today. Tomorrow we'll talk about economics and physiocracy. Okay, talk about those things. Okay, the book that was written that goes with all this stuff. Again, just follow along as best as you can. I know some of the stuff can be boring here. Okay, but we need to know the background. We'll be tested over it. And moving on forward, how it all applies to our day-to-day lives, as I'm trying to show as much as I can. Okay, that is the end of the notes. Okay, for homework is page, it's going to be considered 2.2. I can't remember the exact page. Page 20. Page 20. Page 20. Consider 2.2, questions 1 through 5 odd. So that'd be 3 questions. Again, some of these questions are a little bit longer. Okay, so make sure you answer the full question as I do read your answers. Okay, so page 20, consider 2.2, questions 1 through 5 odd. Okay, we talked about most of that stuff already, or some of it, I should say. Okay, we're going to talk about more about it tomorrow, about mercantilists and Physocrats. Okay, we'll mention some of that, so make sure you read that. We'll mention those in the notes tomorrow. Okay, always do the homework correctly, as we can be quizzed on it anytime. If I feel like it, a pop quiz, I don't do a ton of them, but I do some of them. Okay, so be ready for those. I usually do with the younger kids more because they don't pay attention quite as much. Okay, but make sure we're doing that. Other than that, you guys are dismissed. You must stay in class, but you are dismissed to work on something. Okay, distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. We will see you tomorrow. Again, the homework is page 20. Consider 2.2, 1 through 5, odd.
And there we go. Okay, welcome to chemistry. Let's get started. We're in chapter 14. We are going to actually start out with a video. We're on video 28 on equilibrium. So distance learners, we'll be right back. I hate doing this to you guys, but on the other hand, if I just start the video, then in chat you guys are wondering, is he ever going to start class? So video 28 on equilibrium. Let me see here. Is this the one where we're stopping partway through, or is that the other one? That's the other one. Okay, so this one we're watching the whole video. The other one we stop at a certain point because it really goes even over my head. So anyway, so distance learners, we'll be right back. All right. So before we really get into the chapter, just a couple terms that are kind of duh, but we still need to define them. Irreversible reactions are reactions which only occur in one direction. An example of this is the carbonization of sugar. If you take a test tube, fill it with sugar, first of all, you want to make sure it's an old test tube because you're never going to be able to use the thing again. I learned that one the hard way. And then you heat it. A couple things will happen, one of which it will distinctly smell like marshmallows roasting by a fire, to the point where it makes everyone crave s'mores, and if you don't have the stuff ready, you're a horrible chemistry teacher. Again, speak from experience. Anyway, I mean distinctly, like minus the actual campfire smell, like you smell the marshmallows, and anyway. And all it was sugar. It will turn black and expand, and if you didn't do too much, it'll stay inside the test tube, but hopefully you didn't do too much. Again. Anyway, and it will expand and become this hardened carbon. That's all that's left. Because what else leaves is the water molecules, and that leaves us vapor. If you try to take that carbon and that water and form sugar again, you would find that to be virtually impossible. Even plants can't do this without the complex process of photosynthesis. Okay? So we consider that reaction to be irreversible because the only way to get back to sugar is through a completely separate chemical reaction. It's not even the same thing. Okay? So just kind of mentioning that. The reactions we have studied in earlier chapters have been treating for the most part as irreversible. Mostly because it's easier to teach. Okay? It's easier to learn. It's easier to grasp first time around if we just treat everything as it only moves in one direction. But the reality is, many reactions can be made to go in either direction. And we call these reversible reactions, and we're going to study them a little more closely in this chapter. Now, the first one I'm going to discuss here is rust to iron and back. Okay? It is possible to derust iron. It's actually pretty straightforward to do, provided you have hydrogen. Okay? And so, all right, so as we look at this, first of all, let's just talk about hydrogen's discovery. Sir Henry Cavendish first discovered the element hydrogen in 1766, which, for reference, was about 10 years before America started. Okay, so just kind of giving you guys an idea of time frame. Anyway, in 1766, when he passed steam through a red-hot iron gun barrel, the reaction will go... you know what? I'm going to get to that in a minute. So he had an iron gun barrel, passed steam through it, and it rusted pretty quickly, and the hydrogen escaped, so yeah, that was a problem. Okay? But that's how he discovered hydrogen, which is also extremely flammable. So you can imagine this guy's surprise. Okay, anyway. And so we say that this will go only in the direction shown if left open in the atmosphere because the hydrogen will escape. So the hydrogen can't react back with the iron oxide to create iron again. Okay, so that's why it's not reversing at all. You can reverse it. By the way, I have no idea why the word by is in there. I don't know if I was about to say something and didn't because I went back through and looked at the text. I have no idea, but I didn't have time to fix it. So you guys can just cross out that word. It can be reversed. If I shove hydrogen through rust, it will create iron, but because we have to have it heated, the water that comes out as steam. And again, if you leave that open to the atmosphere, all the steam's going to escape and it's not going to be able to go back to rust, which might be what you're after. Depends on what you're trying to do. And so reactions which will only proceed in the direction shown due to a product escaping or being removed, which is essentially the same thing, are said to go to completion. We use that phrase a lot with reversible reactions if something is going to only go in one direction. For the most part, when we write reversible reactions, we write them in the direction that will naturally occur if left to themselves. What will predominantly happen. Okay? And so if I keep removing products, it will eventually react completely. And that's what we say there. So if you've ever heard that phrase before, that's what that means. Now, both of the above situations we were talking about occur in an open system. But if the system is close to the atmosphere so that neither of the gaseous products can escape, both reactions will occur simultaneously. And all four substances become present in the vessel. If we begin with a closed vessel containing iron oxide and hydrogen and heat it, initially the rate of reaction between them to form water and iron will be high because the concentration of hydrogen is high. As the reaction proceeds, the concentration of hydrogen decreases as it is consumed and the reaction rate decreases. Simultaneously, the reaction rate between iron and water is increasing because the concentration of water is increasing because it's being produced. Eventually, the rates of reaction in opposite directions become equal, and there is no further change in the amounts or concentrations of substances involved. The system is in what we call a state of chemical equilibrium. We may represent such a situation in which reactions may occur in either direction by double arrows between products and reactants. And I'm going to get to that in a minute, but right here, that chart is over time. Notice that our forward reaction is going to largely happen up until the reverse reaction has enough stuff to work with, and then it picks up, and then they meet in the middle and leave that. And so the key thing about chemical equilibrium, and I'll get to the other equation here in a minute, but the key thing about chemical equilibrium is that the rates are equal. It's not that you have equal amounts of stuff. It's you have equal amounts of stuff happening. Okay? You might have very minimal amount of one side or the other, but they're still happening back and forth. That's the important bit. Now, we typically represent it in something like this. Okay? And this equation 3 is the same as equations 1 and 2. The forward reaction is equation 2. The backward reaction is equation 1. And the key here is that as I move forward, okay, that hydrogen is going to produce that iron. Now, we typically see the reverse reaction happen more in nature, but when you add heat, typically the forward reaction happens provided there's sufficient hydrogen. All four substances are present at equilibrium, although they most likely will not be present in equal amounts. That opposing rates of reaction for reversible reactions are equal at equilibrium indicates nothing about relative amounts of products and reactants existing at equilibrium. In some cases, the number of product molecules at equilibrium far exceeds the number of reactant molecules, and the reaction is said to lie toward the right or be favored in the direction written as left-right. In other cases, only a relatively small number of product molecules will form, and most of the reactant molecules remain. In this case, the reaction is said to lie toward the left or be unfavored as written. Okay? And so if that happens, then you should take your whole equation and flip it. Okay? If that's what you see happening. If you see that it's unfavorable as written, you should rewrite it. That's kind of the idea. If you guys remember last chapter, we talked about hydrogen and iodine. Okay? And as we looked at that, we can see that those form hydrogen iodide, okay? And as a matter of fact, that happens quite heavily, but hydrogen iodide can break apart to form hydrogen and iodine. And so both those happen, and so we see the sum of those equations essentially in equation 6. Now, over time, there would be no change in concentration. Now, notice the rate of reaction is still the same. We have chemical equilibrium here, but we have very little hydrogen, very little iodine. Okay? Because we end up with mostly hydrogen iodide. It's still at equilibrium. The reactions are still occurring, but the reaction rates are the same. Again, not the concentrations. All right, any questions so far? All right, let's go on to section 2. Now, reactions that have reached an equilibrium state have done so because the forward reaction toward the right is occurring at a rate that is exactly opposes the rate of the reverse reaction toward the left. Both forward and reverse reactions are continually occurring. Because of this fact, any factor that changes the rate of either the forward or reverse reaction will upset the equilibrium so that the rates are no longer equal. Any such factor is known as a stress. Okay? So you might have a good balance between your home life and your homework, okay? And that might happen, and then all of a sudden you get assigned a 6-page paper, okay? And so what's going to happen is then you're going to start frantically working on your homework to relieve the stress so that you can try to achieve that balance again, or you're going to procrastinate heavily, one of the two. Let's be honest. But that's the idea, okay, is that you're eventually going to take steps to relieve that stress that's on you, okay? The reaction will do the same thing. It'll just be less mentally affected by it. So that's really what's going to happen here. So we still call it a stress. You can still think of the reaction as wanting to relieve added stress. And that's exactly the principle. Specifically, if a stress is applied to a system at equilibrium, the system will react in such a way that the stress is at least partially offset. If forward reaction occurs faster than the reverse reaction under such a stress, the equilibrium is said to shift to the right. Otherwise, it's said to shift to the left. Eventually, the forward and reverse rates will again be equal if continued stress is not provided. But there will be different concentrations of products and reactants present in this new equilibrium state. And so sometimes we can add stress to get more of something we want out of it. And that's an idea here. Now there's multiple ways. There's multiple ways we can create stress. Okay? And so we're going to talk about those. The first one is concentration changes, and this perhaps is the most obvious. If I throw more stuff at it, it's going to react the opposite direction. Okay? So if I added more oxygen to this reaction here on the screen, as I add more and more and more oxygen, it's going to shove it to the right because that oxygen needs to get used up. Okay? It's getting stressed by the addition of so much oxygen. If I added more SO3 to the mix, okay, it's going to start reacting to the left because it has too much product. Okay? And so it's going to react back and forth. For some reason, autoplay doesn't work anymore. All right, so let's say I have this current situation here, and all of a sudden we add more stuff to it. Well, then there's going to be more of a reaction to create more products. Okay? On the other hand, if I were to create more products, it doesn't show it here, then it would break down to create more reactants. Does that make sense? So that sudden addition of something that's at equilibrium forces more reaction. Now again, the reactions are still occurring at the same time, but that's a useful illustration there of that. So let's take an example. When ammonia dissolves in water, it reacts with water to a certain extent according to this equation. So we need to tell what changes would occur in an equilibrium system when each of the following stresses is applied. Now, I don't do a lot of student participation feedback in this kind of class. This is one of my exceptions, so you guys need to be paying attention. So if I add soluble KOH, which direction is this whole thing going to move? Left or right? To the left. Because that OH is going to break apart, and suddenly it's there available on the right. Does that make sense? Okay? So it's going to shift left. What if I add NH4Cl? Which way is that going to go? I'm hearing kind of uncertainty. NH4 would be the key thing to look at here. It's still going to move to the left. Okay? Because NH4 is present on the left. It's a product. So if we add more something with NH4 that's going to break apart and dissolve, it's going to shift it left. Does that make sense? Okay, you guys starting to see? This is why I want you guys to participate, because then you guys start seeing how we do this. The solution is heated to drive off some NH3. Okay, well, if I'm removing NH3, which way is this thing going to shift? I'm removing it. So it's to the left. Okay, it's not always left, by the way. It's just so far my examples. But if we're removing something, it's going to try to fill the gap. Yeah. Yeah, that's her. Which one? The whole reaction is going to shift toward the left. That's the phrasing we use. So more reactants are going to be formed instead of products. NH3 gets bubbled through the solution. Well, now I'm adding an NH3, so which way is it going to shift? To the right. Okay? Because it's going to move away from the stress. Okay, does that make sense? You guys follow it? Okay. Answer. The potassium just becomes an ion that's not participating in the reaction. It's just there. Same with the chlorine. Realistically, what would happen is if we did A then B, then potassium chloride would also form, but that's not relevant to this reaction. I'm not sure that we would do both at the same time. We're not getting into that. Okay, anyway. Actually, that would be a great way to speed up the reaction to the left pretty quick. Okay, moving on. All right, so that's one way. We can just change the amount of stuff that's there. Okay, and that, again, probably is the most obvious one. The next one we can do is we can also change the pressure. Now, again, pressure will only affect what state of matter? A gas. Okay, so really it's not going to change solids, it's not going to change liquids. So in order for this to have any noticeable effect, it really has to be gases or mostly gases. Okay, and I will say that. There may be a solid in there or something, but we kind of ignore that. So this increases in pressure of a mix of gases will cause the equilibrium to shift in the direction that produces the smaller number of total moles of gas and vice versa. Okay, so let's go ahead and let me say one more thing. If the number of moles on both sides of the reaction are equal, pressure changes will have no effect. Okay, so let's consider this reaction here. On the left side, okay, notice that I have 1 mole of stuff. On the right side, I have 2 moles of stuff. Now, the size of the molecules is different, but gas volume is determined by number of particles, remember? And gas pressure is determined by number of particles. It's less about what size the particles are, it's how many are there. Okay? So, the left side would be, if we increase the pressure, do you see how that would shift to the left? Because it's going to try to react to fit in a more compact space, and by reducing the number of particles, it will become more compact. Okay? On the other side, if I relieve the pressure, it's going to react so it can spread out, and so it's going to react in the direction that creates more particles. It's going to break apart. Does that make sense? Kind of? NO2 is brown. N2O4 is colorless, represented by yellow molecules in this example. All right, but as I increase the pressure, it's going to move to NO2, which is going to create more of the brown gas, because then you have fewer particles overall. I'm sorry, wait, what? Nope, other way. Derp. Okay, it's going to go to N2O4, okay, which is going to make it less brown. Words. Because N2O4, it's only 1 mole of stuff compared to 2 moles of stuff for the same temperature and pressure of NO2. Okay? By combining to N2O4, it can take up less space. Okay? So that's the idea. It will change your temperature. So let's continue on, whoops, wrong way, to here. Here is my equation. If I increase the pressure, which way is this going to go? To the left. You only have to look at the numbers in front, assuming everything is a gas. Okay? So it is going to shift to the left. With this one, okay, if I decrease the pressure, now, real quick, look at this one, because this one's kind of a trick question. How many moles are on the left? How many moles are on the right? Is it going to do anything then? No. Okay, next one. How many are on the left? How many are on the right? 2. Okay, so I got 5 on the left, 2 on the right. Which way is it going to go if I increase the pressure? To the right. It's going to go to the one that's fewer overall particles. So 5 versus 2, I'm going to go to the 2. Okay? Part D. All right, how many do I have on the left? 2. How many do I have on the right? 6. Okay? Now, if I'm relieving pressure, giving it more room to spread out, which way is it going to go? To the right, because it's going to go to the side that's going to expand. Okay? So you have concentration changes. We can change how much stuff there is. You have pressure changes, so you can change how much space there is for the reaction to occur in. And then finally, we can have temperature changes. Basically, if a reaction is endothermic in one direction, it must be exothermic in the other direction, and vice versa. So because of that, this would be useful to see whether heat will be a reactant or product. And so this is often where we'll use that plus heat in a reaction, as if we want to see which way it will go. In 14.8, this is an endothermic reaction, so H is positive. In 14.9, it's exothermic, delta H is negative. And so if you found the delta H and found it's positive or negative, then you know whether it's exothermic or endothermic, and you can write heat in the correct place. And so by basically just treating heat as a reactant or a product, then it's just like following the example, at the beginning with the concentration changes. Okay? So in 14.8, looking at the top equation there, if I add heat, which way is it going to shift? To the left or the right? Looking at just equation 14.8. To the right. Because if I add more reactant, it's going to create more product. If I were to cool it down, which way would it go? Yeah, to the left. It would go toward the side that creates more heat, to put off that heat. And then the opposite would happen with equation 14.9. So let's look at some scenarios here. So delta H means it's exothermic as written. Okay? So as you move to the right, it's going to put out heat. So we could rewrite heat as a reactant in this case. Okay? So since it's going to put out heat, it's going to lose heat. That makes it a product. Okay? And so in here, for all these, we're increasing the temperature. So if heat is a product, which way is this going to shift, left or right? Left. Because, oh yeah, there's my example if you can write it as a product. And yes, this one shifts to the left. Okay? And that's perhaps one of the more useful things. If delta H is positive, which side do I write it on, left or right? I'm going to write it on the left and it shifts right. Yes, I think I confused with the question there. But we can write it on the left as a reactant because it requires heat to work. And so if I increase the temperature, it's going to shift to the right. Okay, and that's how we treat this on the way through. I'll pause there for a minute because I see you guys writing. Now, there is one more scenario we do need to talk about, and I'm going to talk about it first, and I'll throw the slide up in a minute. But that's the effects of a catalyst. See, the catalyst will affect both reactions equally because all it does is lower activation energy. So it lowers that initial hump. Does that make sense? And so since it does that for both ways, it's going to essentially have no effect. It'll just happen faster. Okay, does that make sense? So both reactions are going to happen faster, so it'll get to equilibrium faster, but the equilibrium doesn't change. And so that's the takeaway here, is that a catalyst has no effect on the final concentrations reached at equilibrium. It just might change how fast we get there. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. Table 14.1 on page 240 of your textbook summarizes all this. If you guys want to go ahead and see that. But past that, pretty much it. If you're interested in the Haber process, they mentioned it in the video, so I'm not going to discuss it fully in class. But if you're interested in the Haber process and want to read more about that, that's on page 241 in a blue box. But that's where we're going to leave it off. And tomorrow we'll pick up with 14.3. And at least start 14.3. I don't know if we'll finish it, but we'll get there. All right. And I'll see you guys later.
There we go. Check. Okay. We're going to be on page number 247, page 247. 247. Section 8.6, church activities. Church activities. Cooking, reading, vacations, and computer games are all fine leisure activities. However, be sure to include many church activities to your calendar. Proverbs 14:21 says, "He that despiseth his neighbor sinneth, but he that hath mercy on the poor, happy is he." One of the best outlets to use to reach and help the needy is your local church. Your church has an outreach program to the poor, elderly, shut-ins, and other needy people. Get involved. If there are no programs, suggest some things that could be done and how to do them. Government will be able to cut back on welfare benefits if churches get involved and give help that will make a difference in physical and spiritual lives of needy people. Okay, that being said, has nothing to do with the math that we're learning today, just like most of this chapter. Okay, the math for this section is going to be D equals RT, distance equals rate times time. Okay, to figure out how far and how long it'll take for you to go someplace. Okay. So, Mike Burns plans to travel 300 miles on Monday to attend a youth retreat. His dad will drive him there at an average of 50 miles per hour. How many hours will it take him to get there? So, using the formula, distance equals rate times time. Okay, it tells us the rate. It tells us the distance. Okay, we'll rearrange that formula to figure out time equals distance divided by the rate. And it's going to take him 6 hours to go 300 miles at 50 miles an hour. Okay. Pastor Redlin challenged the junior high department of youth group to find today's value of ointment that Judas Iscariot complained about in John 12. He told them that the pence was worth a day's wages of a common laborer. If laborers today make $7.25 per hour and works 8 hours, okay, that would be $58 for the day times 300 days. That would be $17,400. Okay. Homework for tonight. Okay. We're going to do page 248, problems 1 through 10. Problems 1 through 10 on page 248. If you're distance learning, I'll get that put on Google Classroom here in a second. We have a quiz tomorrow. I'm going to look up that section real quick. Quiz tomorrow. Okay. Quiz tomorrow is going to be over sections 8.1 to 8.3. Quiz tomorrow, sections 8.1 to 8.3. We're going to take Wednesday, have a review day. Quiz on Thursday is going to be 8.1 to 8.6. And then Fridays are going to be your test. Okay? I'll repeat that for you guys so you can write it down. Quiz tomorrow, 8.1 to 8.3. Review Wednesday. Quiz Thursday, 8.1 to 8.6. Test on Friday. And then again, you guys do not need to know anything from the computer coding chapter or section. So any questions that have to do with computer coding, you do not need to know. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
hello. Oh, there it is. Okay. You want to know Richard Steele? He wrote The Tatler. He was remembered for beginning the famous periodicals The Tatler and The Spectator. Okay, so some background on page 160. Joseph Addison and Richard Steele are celebrated as the two men who turned journalism into literature by the perfection of the periodical essay. You want to know about those two men on page 160, okay? We see this in this era, a rise of journalism. And then also we see that these two works, The Tatler and The Spectator, kind of had a far-reaching effect that it even influenced people in America, and we'll see who in a minute. But Joseph Addison and Richard Steele are celebrated as the two men who turned journalism into literature by the perfection of the periodical, and that's what you want to know, okay? The purpose of The Tatler, it was to expose the false arts of life, to pull off the disguise of cunning vanity and affectation, and to recommend a general simplicity in our dress, discourse, and behavior. Also, to stem, as far as I can, or as far as they can, the prevailing torrents of vice and ignorance. And that's all on page 160 in the background. The motto of The Tatler was, whatever men do is the subject of this book. So basically, Richard Steele, he wrote this periodical to help culture, to help man be better. He wanted it to be where people can read it and then get something out of it. So that was the purpose, is to expose the false arts of life. It was critical of political, social, and literary manners of the day. So he was helping people kind of open their eyes. And we see this in The Tatler, written by Richard Steele. And the first one, if you guys see, what's it called? On page number 160, the plan, notice how there was a Latin phrase written there. It was the Pope's translation of this Latin motto is as follows: whate'er men do or say or think or dream, our motley paper seizes for its theme. It's basically for the people, trying to help the people. If you guys see on page number 160, kind of on the right-hand side, a little bit towards the middle of the paragraph, it just says, whereby such worthy and well-affected members of the Commonwealth may be instructed, after their reading, what to think, which shall be the end and purpose of this my paper, wherein I shall from time to time report and consider all matters of what kind soever that shall occur to me, and publish such of my advices and my reflections every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday in the week for the convenience of the post. He's basically stating the whole purpose of when he's going to come out with a new Tatler feature. And if you guys look in the very last paragraph on page 161, it kind of gives you the purpose or the different features. So like, for example, modern newspapers, they have different features. They have sports, they have world news, the weather, they have nationwide news, obviously. So this is kind of the purpose of his paper. So all accounts of gallantry, pleasure, entertainment shall be under this certain article, White's Chocolate House. Poetry under that of Will's Coffee House. Learning under the title of The Gratian. Foreign and domestic news you will have from St. James Coffee House. And what else I have to offer on any other subject shall be dated from my own apartment. He's basically listing a bunch of coffee houses that will supply a certain kind of news for the people. Okay, but on page 161, you want to highlight Richard Steele. He is remembered for beginning the famous periodicals, The Tatler and The Spectator. Okay, that's on page 161. Richard Steele is remembered for beginning the most famous periodicals, The Tatler and The Spectator. Okay? All right, go ahead and turn the page to page 162. 162. The Spectator. Okay, this was another periodical that was written by Richard Steele. But notice, obviously, there's someone else added to the mix of Joseph Addison. Okay, Joseph Addison, he basically was Richard Steele's, his schoolmates that they joined together to write journalism. and they wrote a periodical or a newspaper called The Spectator. So Joseph Addison, he joined Steele in writing essays for The Tatler and The Spectator. Okay, so from The Spectator, it's the popularity of The Spectator was actually far-reaching. Its influence extended across the Atlantic to the American colonies, where actually Benjamin Franklin modeled his writing after Joseph Addison and Richard Steele's writing. In the fact that there's one maxim, we kind of learned about what a maxim is, kind of like a proverb or saying. But he learned the maxim of a penny saved is a penny earned. And Ben Franklin got that from The Spectator, except in The Spectator, the famous maxim from one of the characters was a penny earned is a penny got, basically. But then obviously Benjamin Franklin made his own twist onto it in his book, Poor Richard's Almanac, and basically has a bunch of like sayings and advice, kind of like what The Spectator and the purpose of the The Spectator and the Tatler were to help people. Part of The Spectator, there was the Spectator Club. The Spectator Club was basically the most popular feature of The Spectator, and they had characters that people like to read about weekly. And The Spectator Club on page 162 to 164 is basically showing different types of characters, okay? So on page 162, we see Sir Roger de Coverley, and it kind of just describes who he was. He is a jovial bachelor of 56 who was hurt in love earlier than life. We see that on page 162, just kind of the exposition and like the couple paragraphs that we see there. So he grew careless in his dress after his rejection, but he is cheerful and he is respected by everyone, and he serves as justice in the county court. Okay, then we see another character that's on page 162, the right-hand column, the second paragraph. It says, the gentleman next in esteem and authority among us is another bachelor. This bachelor was nameless, but he was a lawyer. Okay, he was another bachelor. He had great wit. He was understanding. He read ancient philosophers. He loved theater, and he was an expert on drama. We see that. It says he was an excellent critic. His taste of books is a little too just for the age he lives in. He has read all but approves of very few. No one ever took him for a fool, but none except his intimate friends. No, he has a great deal of wit. He was very witty. He's studying the passions of themselves when he should be inquiring into debates among men which arise from them. Just different things about the lawyer in the Spectator Club. Another character we see on page 163, Sir Andrew Freeport. And again, he had a favorite maxim on page number 163, a penny saved is a penny got. Sorry, it's on page 163, not 164, okay? He's on page 163, towards the bottom on the left-hand side. It says, he abounds in several frugal maxims, amongst which the greatest favorite is, a penny saved is a penny got. And obviously that influenced Ben Franklin to put in his Poor Richard's Almanac, a penny saved is a penny earned. Okay, Sir Andrew Freeport, he was successful. He was an industrious merchant. He was an expert on commerce everywhere. It says he is acquainted with commerce in all its parts. He had a natural, unaffected eloquence, the perspicuity, which was lucidity, the ability to be understood, so everyone knew him. He was very relatable. That's Sir Andrew Freeport. Okay, and then the next two people is Captain Sentry. He was a gentleman of great courage. He was this gallant courtier and a soldier of great courage and understanding, agreeable and modest. That was Captain Sentry on page 163. And then Will Honeycomb. He was a ladies' man who was always well dressed, but he wasn't to be trusted. It says, a gentleman, according to his years, should be in the decline of his life, but having ever been very careful of his person, and always had a very easy fortune, time has made but a very little impression, either by wrinkles on his forehead or traces on his brain. His person is well turned. He is of a good height. He is very ready at all that sort of discourse with which men usually entertain women. So he was a ladies' man. That's Will Honeycomb, just different characters of the Spectators Club. And then there's the last one. He was a clergyman. That's on page 164. But he is a very philosophic man. He was great. He's a man of great learning, and he was holy, but he wasn't that good in health. And then the very last sentence, right before a different section of the book, was, "These are my ordinary companions," just kind of describing the lives of these different men. So the aims of the Spectator, okay? Everyone turn to page 164 if you're not there already. The aims of the Spectator, okay? Addison indicates the popularity of the Spectator and encourages further readers by explaining the paper's benefits to all, even to the ladies. Notice the specific benefits he promises each type of leader. Okay, so he acknowledges the Spectator's popularity, and he basically is saying, since everyone reads my paper, there are going to be specific benefits to different kinds of people who read it. The advantages of reading the Spectator was to give people something to talk about, to give people ideas to think about, and to improve entertainment. Those are the three advantages of reading the Spectator. You want to mark those or note those. 3 advantages of reading the Spectator: to give people something to talk about, to give people ideas to think about, and to improve entertainment. Okay. That is on page number 165. Page 165, the very last paragraph right before Sir Roger at church. It says, "This I say is the state of ordinary women." Basically, we'll talk about that in a second, but he wants to inspire a kind of awe and respect as well as love. He says, "I hope to increase the numbers of these by publishing this daily paper, which I shall always endeavor to make an innocent, if not improving, entertainment, and by that means divert the minds of my female readers from greater trifles," basically giving people to talk about and to think about. Okay? There are different people that he wanted to talk to, and we'll talk about that in a second. But the 3 classes of people that make up the audience of the Spectator that he believed. Okay? So the first one was well-regulated families. Okay? We see that on page number 164. Page 164, it says in the page at the top of, let me see, give me one second. In the middle of the paragraph on page 164, right-hand column, it's the second paragraph that it starts over because the very first paragraph is a continuation of the column before, but it says, "I would therefore, in a very particular manner, recommend these my speculations to all well-regulated families." So that's the first idea that he's trying, or the first class of people that he's trying to reach, well-regulated families. Then number 2, we see certain gentlemen. That's 2 paragraphs down. He says, "In the next place, I would recommend this paper to the daily perusal of those gentlemen whom I cannot but consider as my good brothers and allies. I mean the fraternity of Spectators." And then it just kind of explains these kinds of men. It says, "Under this class of men are all contemplative tradesmen, the titular physicians, or ones with formal titles but no real power, fellows of the Royal Society, Templars, these are lawyers or law students, and statesmen that are out of business." But he all gives them, those are the people he also wants to reach. And then the last group of people that he wants to reach are women. And we see that in page 165. It's because in this time and age, obviously women, they're used to being obviously homebodies, and they cook and clean and all this stuff, but he wants to give hope to these women at home with something to read. He wants to give them a different kind of goal in life where they can, it says on page number 165, he wants to give them an unfit for anything else, because like obviously they have, like I said, those jobs, and he wants to give them some hope. It says, "This I say is the state of ordinary women." So they do things at home, the process of grooming and dressing oneself. He's basically saying a lot of the women back then, a lot of their purpose was to get married, so they would obviously try to make themselves look good. but he wants to give women a chance to make something of themselves. He says, "This I say is the state of ordinary women, though I know there are multitudes of those of a more elevated life and conversation that move in an exalted sphere of knowledge and virtue." He basically wants to give them and open their eyes to something other than just being basically sitting still and looking pretty. So that's what he wanted to give to the women. That's why he wanted to reach the women of the age. Okay? And then we see that they claim that women will be the most improved by reading this paper, which is for the women to provide proper employments and diversions to help them live a more elevated life and develop their conversation into a more exalted sphere of knowledge and virtue. Okay? And then the last section of The Spectator is Sir Roger at Church. Sir Roger at Church was the most beloved character. Sir Roger was the most beloved character of Addison and Steele's Spectator Club. The character of Sir Roger we see in page 165 and 166 is basically just he's a good example. He's the one who kind of charges everyone. They take rent from him or they pay him rent. He's a landlord to the whole congregation, which he keeps them in very good order, and it basically just describes how he is with those people. He's a good example to those tenants. He attends church faithfully. He supports it liberally. He gives prayer books and hassocks, which are a cushion to kneel on to those people who pray at the church. He asks and checks up on people who are absent and they don't come to church. And then he encourages those who answer to their catechism, which is on page number 166, which is a teaching of biblical principles. He basically rewards those who listen well by giving them a Bible and then sending their mother some bacon. Okay, so that was Sir Roger de Coverley. He was the most famous, our most beloved character of Addison and Steele's Spectator, The Spectator. Sorry? How old are the characters? It doesn't say for each, but Sir Roger de Coverley is 56. It says that on page number 162. Yes, the very, very bottom, or the very last line on the left-hand column, it says he is now in his 56th year, cheerful, gay, and hearty, keeps a good house both in town and country. So he's pretty much a respected man. Yes, these are characters that Steele and Addison made up for their paper. Okay? All right, tonight, continue reading Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift. We'll talk about that on Wednesday, okay? So we'll finish out the story tomorrow, but tonight is to read pages 171 to 175, okay? If you're done with your test, okay, what's your test, question? Huh? No. If there is a correct sentence, I would have said, right, correct to the left of the number. But you guys on page number 9, on the first page, I said that it was correct because obviously I didn't change it. Number 9, listen, so the first one, it is correct, but then you need to tell me what it's used as. Okay, Jaylene, same thing, number 9. Look at my verb. What kind of verb is that? Okay, number 9 is that action or linking? So what would it be? Dio or what renames it? Good, yeah. Okay, so I forgot to change that one clearly, so that's number 9. It's correct, but just tell me what it's used as again in the second blank, okay? All right, go ahead and take out your grammar books. For those of you with your test, obviously, keep your grammar books closed. No. Keep your grammar books closed. But for those of you in online, if you haven't turned in your tests already, your grammar test from Friday, please send that in. Should have been sent in on Friday, but if you have any questions, let me know. Okay. Did you say you have an anxiety attack? Are you okay?
No. I'm so nervous.
For what?
The test. I just turned it in. I don't feel confident.
All right, go to section 15 in your handbook, section 15. Today we're going to be talking about a section of clarity. So there are different kinds of clarity when you're writing different kinds of sentences and papers. So clarity, we're going to talk about the first thing that makes it up is unity. Okay, unity means oneness, obviously. It's unified, oneness of thoughts and of purpose. In order for a sentence to have unity, number one, its statements must be closely related, so everything needs to be talking about the same thing. Number two, the relationship of its statements must be clear, and the statements must compose only of one thought. So basically, the sentence needs to make sense, okay? 15.2, do not put unrelated ideas into the same sentence. We're on page 84 in our handbook, if you guys don't know where we are. Don't put unrelated ideas into the same sentence. That makes pretty much, that's self-explanatory. You're not going to talk about one thing in the first part of the sentence and then completely change the topic in the second part of the sentence. Okay, 15.3, make sure the relationship between ideas is immediately clear. Okay, so look at your examples. We were going to school and we saw a possum. Okay, the relationship is not really clear on that. So you can say, as we were going to school, we saw a possum. Okay, they wanted to maintain good health and they started to exercise. They started an exercise program. The relationship is not clear. Okay, are you saying, do you want to maintain good health and then they started the exercise program, or what's the whole purpose of starting the exercise program? So you would say, to maintain good health, they started an exercise program. You're basically making things related where the relation in the sentences are clear. Okay? Look at page 85, 15.4. The length of the sentence does not necessarily affect its unity. A very long sentence may have unity, whereas a short sentence may not. Okay? Here's a long sentence. If we resort for a criterion to the different principles on which different forms of government are established, we may define a republic to be, or at least may bestow that name on, a government which derives all its powers directly or indirectly from the great body of the people and is administered by persons holding their offices during pleasure for a limited period or during good behavior. Basically talking about government and the office of the government and where the power is derived. Okay? Although the sentence contains 68 words, it has unity because the ideas exhibit a oneness of thought and purpose. But look at this short sentence that doesn't exhibit unity. Dressed in a blue suit, he voted against the bill. Okay? That doesn't really, him dressing in a blue suit doesn't really affect his ability to vote. Okay? The items are unrelated in that sentence. So you want to, when you are writing sentences, make sure that everything makes sense and goes together. 15.5, do not introduce so many details that the central thought of the sentence is obscured. Okay, so if you list all these details, the main idea of the sentence, probably, you probably don't even know the main idea of the sentence anymore because you're listing all this stuff that's kind of irrelevant. Okay, so look at your examples. If the details are relevant and necessary, then put them into other sentences, but don't list a whole bunch of details in one sentence. Okay, look at this. Early in the morning of May the 1st, long before the sunrise, Admiral Dewey, with his fleet of 8 warships consisting of the Olympia, which was the flagship, the Boston, the Petrel, the Concord, the Philadelphia, the Baltimore, and the Raleigh. Basically, that's a lot of details when you really just want to say Admiral Dewey silently entered into the harbor of Manila, okay? Then you can go on in another sentence and mention who was with him, okay? And then you can list a bunch of those fleets that was with him, okay? So that's kind of the whole deal with unity, all right? So let's go ahead and practice it. Turn to page number, in your workbook, page 33, exercise 68, okay? Page 33, exercise 68. Okay, so you're going to rewrite the sentence in order to affect sentence unity. Okay, so look at number 1. Joseph Henry experimented with various electromagnetic phenomena, and his experiments strongly influenced such inventors as Samuel F.B. Morse and Alexander Graham Bell. Okay, you want to rewrite those sentences. Yes, they're talking about Joseph Henry's experiences, but you want to make sure that it's all together, okay? So it's talking about one thing in the first part of the sentence and then another thing in the second part of the sentence. So our goal is to make two sentences both unified. So how would I change that? Okay, go ahead and work on that. Same thing with number 2. In 1812, Lord Byron published Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, and the poem was so well received that Byron became famous almost overnight. In that sentence, we're talking about what he published, and then in the second part of the sentence, we're talking about the poem, okay, and how it was received. So you want to separate those two thoughts and make each sentence unified. Number 3, I want to emphasize that the Convair B-36 was built by General Dynamics. I don't really care that it was the largest bomber ever flown. So how would I change that to make it flow a little better? The number 4, President Johnson wanted to devote all his efforts to ending the war in Vietnam, and so he decided not to run for re-election in 1968. Okay, how do I change that to make it sound a little more unified? Okay, who has number 1? Michelle, what did you put? Good. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Okay, first sentence, Joseph Henry experimented with various electromagnetic phenomena, period. Okay? His experiments strongly influenced such inventors as Samuel F.B. Morse and Alexander Graham Bell. Those are two ideas that you don't want to combine. Okay? You just want to separate those. Okay? Number 2, who has number 2? Grace, you have number 2? Good. You would make it into 2 sentences as well. In 1812, Lord Byron published Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, period. The poem was so well received that Byron became famous almost overnight. Number 3, built by General Dynamics, the Convair B-36 was the largest bomber ever flown. Okay, I kind of want to emphasize who it was built by. So how would I change this? Esther, do you have an idea? Close. There is a way that I can rearrange this into making it flow a little better and sound unified. Okay, does anyone want to give this a shot? Ian? Same thing. Okay. Ricardo? Okay. Well, this is what the book says to do, because you can arrange this to make it a little more unified. Okay, the Convair B-36, the largest bomber ever flown, was built by General Dynamics. Okay, so put the largest bomber ever flown as in a positive sentence or a positive phrase in between Convair B-36 and was built. Okay, that just kind of flows better and it sounds a little more unified. Okay, and then number 4, President Johnson wanted to devote all his efforts to ending the war at Vietnam, and so he decided not to run for re-election in 1968. Okay. Victoria, you want to give this one a shot? You could, but it kind of sounds a little boring. Okay, so it just says, President Johnson wanted to devote all his efforts to ending the war in Vietnam. He decided not to run for re-election. How can I join those two together to kind of make it flow? Kylie, do you know? Still working on the test. Noah, are you still working on the test too? Okay, Emma, you want to try give number 4 a shot?
I'm still working on the test.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Michelle? Okay. Jaylene? So how would I say President Johnson wanted to devote all his efforts to ending the war in Vietnam, and so he decided not to run for re-election in 1968. How can I make one part, or how can I make the sentence flow together? Not two different sentences. Ian? Okay, that could work. President Johnson wanted to devote all his efforts into ending the war in Vietnam by deciding not to run. Okay, that could. But let me tell you guys, okay, you can subordinate one part. Meaning, you can say, because President Johnson wanted to devote all his efforts to ending the war in Vietnam, he decided not to run for re-election in 1968. So make sure you're looking for any outlet. Remember when we talked about correcting run-on sentences? You can subordinate two different thoughts or kind of emphasize one part of the sentence by subordination, meaning you would put a subordinating conjunction to making it a dependent clause and an independent clause. Okay? So that'll help it be a little more unified. Because President Johnson wanted to devote all his efforts to ending the war at Vietnam, he decided not to run for re-election in 1968. Okay? All right. Go ahead and turn the page. Exercise 69. Okay? Exercise 69. You want to go ahead and take out a sheet of paper. This is your homework for tonight. On a separate sheet of paper, you need to break up the following selection into unified sentences. Okay? You may need to drop or add some words in order to effect unity and to maintain smooth transitions between sentences. Okay? So tonight for homework, page 34, exercise 69. Okay? Thank you. If you have any questions, let me know. Like I said, continue reading Gulliver's Travels. And then tonight for homework for vocab, do your list 7 vocab and definitions 1 through 6 twice. I'll write it on the board. We'll go over our list 7 vocab tomorrow. But list 7 vocabulary and definitions number 1 through 6 twice. Page 171 and 175 in literature. Thank you. And then page 34, exercise 69 in your workbook. Okay? Are there any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed.
Oops, wrong one. There we go. All right, welcome to Algebra 2. Let's go and get started. We're on 5.1 on page 222. Page 222. That won't happen often. Enjoy it now. All right. Real quick, at the beginning of or before class, I had up here, make sure that you remember that your quiz is tomorrow. You have practice 5.1 green tonight. Speaking of practice 5.1 green tonight, let's go ahead and discuss how to do it. Figure that might be a good idea. Okay. Section 4.1, defined an equation in two variables as a relationship between those two variables. To find a solution to the equation, we substitute a value for one variable and solve for the remaining variable. These values are known as the table of values. The graph of this equation displays all the points from the table of values. A system of equations is a list of equations in which the equation describes a relationship between the same two variables. A solution, or multiple. A solution to a system of equations is a point which satisfies all equations simultaneously. The following is an example of a system of two equations in two variables. So I have x plus 3y equals 3, and 2x minus y equals negative 1. Okay, and so these two lines graphed together represents this system. And the solution to this system, as in example A, once you graph the two lines using whatever method you prefer that's not on the computer, Christian, is to go through and do slope-intercept. You could do table of values. Either way, you're going to find that the answer lies at 0, 1. Now, the reality of things here is, actually no, we need to finish discussing some other things here. Now, two variable linear systems with two straight lines in the Cartesian plane, fall into three possible categories. They are intersecting, parallel, or coincident. Intersecting intersect at a single point, see graph. Meaning that the system has only one solution. Parallel lines do not intersect by, definition. So the system has no solution. Coincident lines are the same lines, written in two different forms. Thus, the system has an infinite number of solutions. An example of this one is on page 223, on the bottom right there, where you graph the one and then you graph the other one and it's right over top of it. So that is considered to have an infinite number of solutions. We call those coincident lines. Coincident means occurring at the same time. Hence, when something's a coincidence, it just so happens. Yeah, that's where the word comes from. A system is consistent if it has at least one solution, so that would be intersecting lines or coincident lines. And otherwise, it's inconsistent, so parallel lines. Equations are independent if they are not the same line, otherwise they are dependent. So please notice the summary on page 223. You will want to know that chart. Hint, hint, hinty, hint, hint.
What was that?
Now, the major weakness of the graphing method is the imprecision of hand-drawn graphs. Yes, I know I have a computer, and I can go in and type this next system, and we can find down to the millionth decimal place, if we wanted to, the precision of this answer. Give me a second. Okay, I could find this answer really precisely just by clicking on the point of intersection, and it's 1 1/3 and 1. The question is, if you're drawing it by hand, how do you know that's 1 1/3 over? Okay, so that wherein has a problem. Also as an example, there's not much visual difference between 1/5 and 1/6. So okay, so there's very limited precision here unless you're using a computer graph, which you're not allowed to do in this class. So this weakness is even more pronounced when the systems contain quadratic forms like parabolas and circles. Now, although the y solution is clearly y equals 1, the x-coordinate is not exactly placed on an integer, but is somewhere between 1 and 2. To find intersections that are inconvenient points, a more analytic method is needed. Also, then you don't have to graph everything. It's nice. Anyway, two analytical methods of solving systems of equations are substitution and elimination. We're only going to deal with substitution today. So you guys can solve by graphing. You throw the two lines on the graph where they meet, that's your answer. And by substitution, which we're going to go through now. So let's look at example 5.1b, which is the system of equations. So we already know the answer is going to be 1 1/3 and 1, or 4/3 and 1 if you're going to do an improper fraction. What in the world? Nice. Okay, cool. Cable was caught on my water bottle. All right, so let's go over to example 5.1b. b. That's right. I have to do it through, hold on. Okay, so I got to do that and then do that. Wait, what? Whatever. There we go. Okay, so we have example B. Now, real quick, for some reason, Abeka doesn't do this, but just about every other math textbook I've ever seen does, so I'm going to do it. So when we have a system of equations, we draw a curly brace off to the side. That one was horrible, but we're moving on. You will get better at drawing them the more you do them. And so the first equation here is 3x plus y equals 5, and 3x plus 3y is equal to 7. Now, if you remember Algebra 1, you probably see a shortcut, and that's just subtracting the equations from each other to eliminate one of the variables. We're not going to do that because that's tomorrow's lesson. Okay? For today, we're going to work on substitution. Pro tip, whenever you're doing substitution, and you know you're going to do substitution, you need to go through and solve for whatever variable is by itself already, if at all possible, so no number in front. Or you pick the one where the coefficients are the same, if you have an option, because it makes things go a lot faster. So in the top one, I can go through and just say y is equal to negative 3x plus 5. The only reason why I mention that is because then you avoid fractions. So if you grab whichever one is by itself already, then you don't have to divide. So then, all we do is in our bottom equation, we have 3x plus 3 times y is equal to 7. And instead of saying y, though, I'm going to say negative 3x plus 5, because we established in the first equation that's what y equals. Well, now I have an equation in only one variable, and I can go through and continue solving. So we get 3x minus 9x plus 15 equals 7. So we get negative 6x plus 15 equals 7. We'll subtract 15 from both sides. 8, yeah. And we get negative 8. Divide both sides by negative 6. And we get 8 over 6, which is 4 over 3, or 1 1/3. Okay? With graphing, we tend to go mixed number. Okay? So I have 4/3, which is the form I'll be using when I'm continuing solving, but 1 1/3 will be used in my answer. Then, since I already know x, I just come over here and say y equals negative 3 times x plus 5, except now, again, instead of writing x, I'm going to write 4/3. Well, that's convenient. The 3's cancel. Okay? So I'm left with negative 4. Negative 4 plus 5 is 1. Okay, so my final answer is 1 1/3 and 1, and that's it. That would be how we write it. You are welcome to use improper fractions. I tend to go to mixed numbers on these only because we tended to graph them afterward, although here it's not really relevant. So you can give me either answer and I'll take it. Let me see here. When one or both is a quadratic form, the process is essentially the same. However, there may be multiple solutions to the system, so be aware of that. So let's go through and look at example C. Where's my cursor? There we go. In example C, we're given the system of x plus y equals 1 and x squared minus y equals 1. So I'm going to take the first one. I'm going to go ahead and it really doesn't matter which way we go. So let's just go ahead and eliminate x, or sorry, not eliminate, nope, solve for x. X is equal to negative y plus 1. Can you tell I was just teaching elimination? All right, like last period. All right, then I'm going to have x squared minus y is equal to 1, except again, instead of x, I'm going to write negative y plus 1. Keep in mind then, when I'm squaring things like this, I'm going to end up with y squared plus, minus 2y plus 1 minus y equals 1. Because keep in mind, it's the first term squared plus 2 times the first times the second plus the second term squared. That's how we square a binomial. If you forget, you can always just separate it out and do it the long way. All right, so then we end up with y squared minus 3y plus 1 equals 1. Now, I'm just going to subtract 1 from both sides. That actually makes things nice and easy for me, and that it makes everything go away. So y squared minus 3y is equal to 0. Factoring out y times y minus 3, is equal to 0, which means y equals 0 or y minus 3 equals 0. So y then is going to equal positive 3. Now, because I have two values for y, that means I'm going to solve for two different values of x. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to have x equals negative 0 plus 1. Well, then that is just 1. Okay, and then x is going to equal negative 3 plus 1, which is going to be negative 2. Excuse me. So we have two answers then for our final solution, and that's going to be 1, 0, and negative 2, 3. I want to make sure I write stuff in the right order. Okay, those are our solutions. Now you would check them. They do work. And let me show you what this looks like on the graph, just so you guys can see what's happening and why we have 2 points. Okay, keep in mind that x squared and then x squared minus y equals 1. That x squared means we're going to have a parabola. And so we have 2 points of intersection, one of which is at negative 2, 3, just like we said it would, and 1, 0. Okay? So this is a great way to visualize what's happening, but that's all that's happening. You have a parabola, a line going through it. That's why there's 2 points of intersection. Cool. There we go. Let's see here. Let's go on to example D. Oh, goodness. This is going to be fun. We have the system of equations x squared plus y minus 3 squared is equal to 9. And you have x squared minus y is equal to 4. Now, I don't know if you guys recognize it, but that top one is going to be either a circle or an ellipse. I forget which one. I know it's at minimum elliptical, but I think it might be a circle, but don't quote me on that. We'll find out in a minute when I go through and graph it. The bottom one is going to be a parabola. Okay, so I have a couple possibilities. I have a parabola that's going to potentially hit a circle in 1 point, because it'll just be tangent. Okay, it could hit the circle twice on the very edge, could be tangent to both sides of the circle. It could go through the circle twice per side of the parabola. It could go through twice on one side of the parabola. Do you see how there's a lot of possibilities here? Okay, so we might end up with multiple answers. Just be aware. Let's go ahead and get... Why would they do that? Why would you do it the hard way?
They want you to suffer.
Ew.
Just like how you make us suffer.
Eh. Oh, that's why. Because then you have to square... No, never mind. I see why they did that. All right, so... just thinking it through a little bit. All right, so x squared is going to equal to y plus 4, right? Okay. And that's actually where I'm going to leave it, because in the top equation, I have x squared. So instead of having to take the square root and then, like, why would I do that to myself? All right, so instead of x squared, we're going to write y plus 4 up here. Okay, so we have y plus 4, and then plus y minus 3 squared. So help me. Wow, I made it worse. Y minus 3 squared, and that's going to equal 9. Okay? So, solving through, this one needs to expand. I'm going to need to draw a line because otherwise I'm going to run into things. Okay. So, I'm going to have y plus 4 plus y squared minus 6y plus 9 is equal to 9. Well, then again, I can just subtract 9 from both sides. So I get, and I'm blocking the math. Boo. All right. Sorry for the whiplash there of the movement. All right, so that's equal to 9. So I'm going to subtract 9 from both sides as soon as I find my cursor. That would be very helpful right now. Okay, when I subtract 9 from both sides, now I don't necessarily have to start there, but it's fine. I'm also going to combine like terms as I go. So I'm going to have y squared minus 5y plus 4 is equal to 0. Okay, so At this point, we're going to go ahead and factor. I'm not going to show the factoring here, but then we would get y minus 1 times y minus 4, and that's equal to 0. So then y minus 1 equals 0, or y minus 4 equals 0. In which case, y is either equal to 1, or y is equal to 4. Okay? So now I have two possibilities. Okay? Well, if you remember in this equation, we had left it at x squared, but realistically, x is going to equal plus or minus the square root of y plus 4, right? Okay? So because of that, x is going to equal plus or minus the square root of, well, actually, let me back this up more toward the left. X is going to equal plus or minus the square root of 1 plus 4. Okay? So we're going to have is equal to plus or minus the square root of 5. And then we're going to have x is equal to plus or minus, let's see here, the square root of 4 plus 4, which is going to be plus or minus the square root of 8, which I think we can simplify somewhat. So we get plus or minus 2 times the square root of 2. All right? So essentially then, we have 4 possible points. And notice I say possible. Okay? At this point, we really do need to check because we need to make sure that everything works. So I'm going to have the possible answers of the square root of 5 and 1, negative square root of 5 and 1, 2 square root of 2 and 4, whoops, and negative square root, or 2 square root of 2, 4. So all 4 of those points are possibly answers. Now at this point then, I would go through and check. And I just hid part of the answer with my face. Let's grab all this, move this over. Ta-da. Okay, cool.
Sorry, no.
Now, when we check all 4 points, they all work. Okay? So let's look at what this actually looks like. Because again, I feel like at least including the pictures for right now is helpful. X squared plus y minus 3, whoops, squared equals 9. Okay, so we have a circle. And then x squared minus y is equal to 4 is my parabola. And so we have those 4 points because the parabola is going up through the circle on both sides. So we get plus or minus 2 square root of 2 on both sides and 1. And no. Sorry. Plus or minus the square root of 5 on both sides and 1. Plus or minus 2 square root of 2 on both sides and 4. Okay? So therein lies our solution. Again, the graphs are not necessary. I'm not requiring you guys to do them unless we say solve by graphing. This is just so you guys can see visually what's happening, why we have 4 points. Now, I'm going to use a similar idea to show why we have to check our answers. So let's look at an E. Okay, because normally I'm 1 for it. Once you find the answer, you're good. But there are some times where you have to make sure that this thing actually works. So we have the system where x squared plus y squared is equal to 9. So there's, a circle. And you get x plus y is equal to 5. Well, if I solve the bottom one for x, it's going to equal to 5 minus y, or negative y plus 5. It doesn't matter which way you write it. I'm going to move this back up over here. And we're going to plug that into the top equation. So we get x squared, whoops, we already know x. So we have x squared plus y squared is equal to 9. So we take 5 minus y. Okay, well, we get, when we expand it, we get 25 minus 10y plus y squared was already in the equation, is equal to 9. We're going to subtract 9 from both sides and combine like terms, so we get 2y squared, writing it in correct order now, minus 10y, and then 25 minus 9 is 16? Yes. And that's going to all equal 0. Okay. Now, I'm going to divide everything by 2, because once it's equal to 0, I can actually take that shortcut. It's really nice. So we can just say y squared minus 5y plus 8 equals 0. I mean, we could have taken it anyway, but it's the same line. That's how that works. And so now we got a quadratic. Now, I don't personally, first of all, this really isn't going to easily factor. It's going to kind of be a mess. Okay, so let's go ahead and just plug it into the quadratic equation. So y is going to equal negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. So y is going to equal negative b, which is negative negative 5 then, plus or minus the square root of negative 5 squared minus 4 times a times c all over 2 times a. And so y is going to equal to 5 plus or minus the square root of 25 minus 32 all over 2. And do you see my problem? That square root is going to give me an imaginary number. Okay, so that means this problem has no solution. Okay, or no real solution is often how we'll word this. Okay, no real solution. Okay, because that complex answer, what that's indicating is that it doesn't intersect. Is that there's no point of intersection. Let me show you guys what happens. Okay, we get this x squared plus y squared equals 9, and then we take and do x plus y equals 5. Whoops, stop it. Notice the line completely misses. Okay, and that's entirely possible, especially when you have things like a circle. Okay, so that, since there's no point of intersection, there's no solution. All right, so if that ever happens in your graphing, know that that means no solution as well. Okay? All right, practice 5.1 green, due tomorrow. So practice 5.1 green, due tomorrow, and I'll see you guys later.